I would like to call of the closed session initially to order. Assistant City Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Watanabe.
Here.
Councilmember Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember Park.
Here.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Here.
Councilmember Becker.
Here.
And let the record reflect that Mayor Gilmore will be late about 30 minutes into closed session.
Okay, thank you. We have two items on our closed session agenda. The first is a conference with labor negotiations, and the second is a conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code 54956.8, property 1601 Civic Center Drive, Santa Clara. Is there any, I don't see any members of the public here. Is there anyone online who would like to comment on these items?
Vice Mayor Jane, there are no hands, and I have no written comments for this.
Okay, then we will adjourn to closed session.
Can I ask a favor?
City Council Stadium Authority joint meeting. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all. Thank you.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Madam Mayor, may I read the announcement? AB 23 announcement. Members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as a presiding officer, the mayor's and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. For those attending this evening as registered lobbyists, we ask that you please identify yourself as such and disclose the clients and/or organizations that you represent. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you.
Thank you. So good evening, everyone, and welcome. For today's meeting, the council is back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person, and this as the city continues to also use a Zoom feature to allow participation from the safety of your own home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are reserved for topics that are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. You may also submit your comments on the e-comment feature on the Santa Clara Legistar page or via publiccomment@santaclaraca.gov, and the comments received during the meeting will be read into the record. So now we'll move on to the council agenda. So we have city attorney reports of action taken in closed session.
No reportable action.
All right, thank you. Continuances, exceptions, reconsiderations. Do we have any from the council or the public? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to our special orders of business. I'm going to defer item 2A until we have Dr. Jopra here to, he's one of our recipients, so as soon as he gets here, we'll move on to that item. So we're going to move on now to item 2B, which is proclamation of October 22nd, 2022 as Community Planning Month. So as a special order of business this evening, the City Council would like to recognize October as Community Planning Month. October is designated as National Community Planning Month by the American Planning Association to highlight community planning with the goal of establishing great communities. This month recognizes how planning shapes cities like Santa Clara and work of the planning profession. Planners apply technical knowledge and best practices of design, sustainability, and land use, and develop long-range plans to guide development. As our city grows, planners continue to engage and gather feedback from community to balance stakeholder interests and to inform decision makers on land use decisions, transit uses, and more. Community planning leads to more resilient and enriched communities such as we have here in Santa Clara. I'm pleased to recognize the Community Development Department for their contributions. This evening, we have our Director of Community Development, Andrew Crabtree. If you'd like to come up, Andrew, to accept the proclamation. And so now I'd like to invite council to join us and Andrew to accept the proclamation for Community Planning Month. And if you'd like to say something, Andrew, and any member of your staff who's here can join us up here as well.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm Andrew Crabtree, Director of Community Development. With me today is Rena Brio, our Assistant Director, Leslie Xavier, Planning Manager, and Debbie Fernandez, one of our veteran planners in the Planning Division. So I really appreciate the opportunity. I've worked in Silicon Valley now for about 25 years, and this is the first time, I have to say, that I've been in a city that's recognized Community Planning Month. So I really appreciate it. After 25 years of watching Public Works get their recognition, I feel it's a good moment for us planners.
City manager, how did that happen?
I suspect that as planners, we're not used to being in front of large groups of people and it being a positive experience. So we really appreciate the recognition tonight. Thank you.
Well, it's long overdue. So thank you, Andrew. And if your staff could join us up here, we'd be very honored to take a photo with them and hand you this proclamation. Council? For those that you don't know, our city manager was the former director of Public Works. So that's probably why Director Crabtree, that Public Works got all those proclamations. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to recognize that I have worked with Planning Department for 9 years. And when I started my planning commissioner career, I barely knew anything about planning, architecture, or something, because I studied in a different mode. But I'm so thankful to the staff for imparting me some knowledge which I apply right now. So I'm great that you are being recognized after 25 years being over here and for the first time, and well deserved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we're going to move on to 2C. I'm pleased to announce and recognize the 75th anniversary of the Silicon Valley Central Chamber of Commerce. Yes, I said it, 75 years. So as a special order of business this evening, the council would like to recognize the 75th anniversary of our own Silicon Valley Central Chamber of Commerce. The Silicon Valley Central Chamber commits to supporting and enhancing a positive business environment and is an integral partner to the city of Santa Clara. The Chamber works to advocate, connect, and educate the business community in Santa Clara and now beyond Santa Clara. The Silicon Valley Central Chamber's roots go back to sometime in 1937 when a small group of business leaders began to meet regularly to talk about the future of Santa Clara and the region. By 1939, they organized Santa Clara Day at the Golden Gate Exposition in San Francisco. The Chamber officially incorporated in the state of California on May 23, 1947, after being recognized as an official nonprofit. Although the Chamber has roots back over a decade before it recognized its official start in 1947. The Chamber had a few name changes along the way, but their home base and headquarters has always been in the city of Santa Clara. This evening, we are honored to have Chamber President Christian Malesic and Board Member President John Elwood with us to recognize 75 years of the Chamber's dedication to leading and strengthening the business community. So I'd like to invite Christian and John to come forward to the podium to say a few words about the Chamber.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. Also, I'd like to introduce Preston Hoops. He's our treasurer.
Oh, very good. Thank you.
So first off, thank you very much for this honor. And secondly, I don't feel like I'm 75 years old, but it must be the vitamin C and E that I've been taking.
Oh, and here's Kaiser Jamal, just coming in right at the last minute, Kaiser. There you go.
Oh, there.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Board member.
So again, it's an honor and a privilege to be serving on the council, and we have an absolutely wonderful board this year, and we're looking forward to doing some really great things in the city of Santa Clara. So thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Christian?
Just to echo what John said, I've gotten to know each one of you on council personally, as well as most of the staff. And I know you're always fighting, and that might be the appropriate word sometimes, but you're all fighting because you believe in what you're doing, and you're trying to do the best thing for this city. And so thank all of you. We're glad to be a part of it. Thanks.
Would your board members like to say something? While we're here, we have a little bit of time.
No, really appreciate the honor. This has been a tremendous event and opportunity for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Same thing, I'm going to echo what my board members and the chair said. And for me, it's an honor being here. I worked for the city, as most of you know, for 5 years. So great. With the chambers, we are looking for cooperation, we are looking for support, we are looking for advice, we are looking for guidance. We are in it together. That's what my message is. When it comes to city, we are together as a city citizens. So whatever we need to do to get the Chamber of Commerce get better, city better, we are part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Congratulations. If you'd like to join us up here, we'd love to take a photo with you.
Presentation. I'm not doing any presentation. This isn't for you right here? No, this is Lisa. Oh, hi, how are you? Good to see you.
We need to designate this a thoroughfare.
Okay, I think we're going to go ahead and get a verbal report from our Chief Emergency Services Officer, Lisa Schoenthal. There she is, about the COVID-19 pandemic. Welcome, Lisa.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council members. This status update on the state of the COVID-19 emergency is provided for council review per Government Code Section 8630. Since last month, on September 1st, the CDC reports the level of community transmission of COVID-19 in Santa Clara County is in the low category among the categories of low, medium, and high. On October 4th, Santa Clara County Health Officer Dr. Sarah Cody acknowledged the CDC's reported low community transmission level, but stated wastewater surveillance still showed elevated levels of COVID in our wastewater, which the CDC does not take into account. Last week on October 12th, Dr. Cody stated the prevalence of COVID in wastewater is slowly trending down. COVID cases have significantly dropped in our own organization with an average of 10 to 15 a month. Hospitalization data is reported about 3 times weekly now. 1 month ago, COVID hospitalizations ranged from 140 to 160, with ICU patients numbered in the low 20s. Over the past week, 112 to 132 patients have been identified as COVID hospitalizations, with 14 to 19 COVID patients in ICU, so a slight decrease. On October 4th, Dr. Cody stated roughly 75% of COVID hospitalizations in Santa Clara County are patients who test positive but are asymptomatic. So that 75% is the highest percentage of asymptomatic hospitalizations we have had so far. The last day of COVID testing at the Central Park Library will be October 26th. Testing numbers have continued to decrease, with 30 people tested on October 12th. So the next data point I'm going to give you is very notable. Since August of 2020, over 25,000 COVID tests have been administered at our own Central Park Library. Special thanks to our library staff, as well as the Parks and Recreation Department, for making this possible. Appointments for all testing opportunities may still be made at sccfreetest.org, where information on the availability of at-home antigen tests is also available. COVID-19 vaccination appointments for the initial series and the new bivalent boosters are available through the county's website at sccfreevax.org. Eligibility for the Moderna bivalent booster now extends to individuals 6 years of age and older, and eligibility for the Pfizer-BioNTech bivalent booster now extends to individuals 5 years of age and older. As the media widely reported yesterday, Governor Newsom announced yesterday he will end the emergency proclamation for COVID-19 on February 28, 2023. This concludes the COVID update. We will be back in less than 60 days with the next COVID update, and I remain available to answer any questions, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. I just wanted to say that I was able to get a same-day appointment for my son for both a COVID, a booster, and flu shot today. So they're readily available, easy to get at drugstores and different facilities throughout the county. So if anybody is interested, it's really easy. You can even get a same-day appointment. I don't have any other questions. Does anybody have any questions or comments? If not, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Oh, sorry.
Mayor, may I
City
take
Manager, yes.
30 seconds
Yes, go
related
ahead.
to this item? Lisa did not acknowledge, but I see Jennifer Guzman sitting in the back. She's her assistant, and she recently received her certification in emergency services coordination. So I wanted to thank her and recognize her for all her efforts.
Thank you. Congratulations. That's wonderful. We didn't recognize you under the mask, so yes, thank you. Wonderful. That's great news.
Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot. All right, so I see some of our special guests have arrived now. So I'm going to go back to item 2A, and that's to proclaim October 2022 as Hindu American Awareness and Appreciation Month. Yay. So I would like to announce October as this I think is going to be the first in the city of Santa Clara as a Hindu American Awareness and Appreciation Month. This month honors Hindu Americans and seeks to increase awareness and understanding of the Hindu American community in Santa Clara and beyond. The city highlights this month to emphasize the Hindu American experience, the community's contributions and challenges to life in the United States, both historically and currently. This evening, we are honored to have 2 community organizations joining us to accept dual proclamations. We haven't done this before either. Joining us from the Hindu American Foundation is Satish Chandra Valle. Satish. And from the Festival of Globe, Silicon Valley, founder Dr. Ramesh Jopra. Both the Hindu American Foundation and the Festival globe of Silicon Valley make a profound impact in Santa Clara and represent the Hindu American communities. At this time, I'd like to invite both Satish and Dr. Jopra to the podium to say a few words about their respective organizations. And I don't know who's going to go first, but, oh, Dr. Jopra. Thank you, and welcome. I'm glad you made it here.
Well, thank you, Honorable Mayor, council members, staff, and all the friends, and of course the residents of City of Santa Clara. We truly, truly appreciate all the Hindus, not only from the City of Santa Clara, not only just the Bay Area, California, United States of America, but also the global Hindus. We really appreciate the October month, which has been proclaimed many, many places as the Hindu Heritage Month, Awareness Month, and recognizing our contributions, what we've been able to do with our values, our traditions, our heritage, and our culture, our civilization. It's been an amazing journey. We have adopted this Santa Clara City and California and United States of America as a Karma Bhumi, as we call it. We came here for the opportunities we've been provided. So not only that we've been able to grow and keep our roots and grow our culture, our faith and everything else, but also the opportunities which City of Santa Clara has given us, your staff, and especially Mayor and many of the council members here who have come to all our festivals, all the events which we've had. As you mentioned, that the Festival of Globe has been organizing many of these events right here in the convention center in Santa Clara, City of Santa Clara, and for many, many years. And you have always come, encouraged us, inspired us, supported us, and we truly appreciate all the help, and hopefully we'll keep contributing and make this city the safer city, the happier city, and continue to contribute as much we as can to make this the star in the heart of the Silicon Valley. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. If you just take, thank you. Clap, clap, clap. You just take a seat, and then we'll call you up in a minute for photos as well. Satish.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council. It's great to be here. And I would proudly say that I'm a Santa Clara resident and part of Santa Clara Police Chief Advisory Committee also. And it's a great representation, not only from Hindu American Foundation, but a lot of other organizations like HSS, you have Yoga Bharati, you have Seva, we have Americans for Hindus, and a lot of the temples within the Santa Clara and the vicinity of Bay Area. I'm so grateful because I have an inspirational leader like Dr. Japra here, because through him we all derive the inspiration. And another inspiration leader is Mihir, who are part of the Bay Area. And I would like to make a statement from HAF. So HAF is the biggest educational and advocacy nonprofit established 19 years back. HAS works with the policies, educators, and key stakeholders to champion issues of concern to Hindu Americans, including defending civil and human rights and protect all living beings. Inspired by our guiding principles and Hindu teachings, HAF promotes dignity, mutual respect, and pluralism. Our positions are based on relentless pursuit of facts, deep consideration of Hindu principles and American values, such as freedom, equality, and justice. And gratitude to you all. Thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you, City Council. Thank you, the audience also. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Satish. I'd like to thank you also for the exhibits that you brought to the City of Santa Clara here at City Hall, and also in our two libraries, the Northside Library and the Central Park Library. Our community just loved them and really enjoyed learning about Hinduism, and really it was so wonderful. Thank you. Now I'd like to invite Alka forward. I think she has a few things to say to us or sing to us, if you don't mind. I invite her. I've heard her sing, and she's going to grace us with a few bars. So if you don't mind, Alka, we would be honored to hear you.
Mayor, if I may, while she's
Yes.
walking up, She
Thank you,
is
Mayor.
the best singer
Oh, my God.
in the Bay Area. She gives her voice to Bollywood also.
Would you like to join her, city
No,
manager? I've heard
I
something
would love
about
to,
your
but
voice.
I'll be embarrassed singing with her. So I will let her do it.
No, she's so amazing. I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but we just have to.
Just few lines for no. ये दुनिया एक दुल्हन, ये दुनिया एक दुल्हन, दुल्हन के माथे की बिंदिया, ये मेरा इंडिया, I love my India, ये मेरा इंडिया, I love my India. जब छेड़ा मल्हार किसी ने, झूम के सावन आया, आग लगा दी पानी में जब दीपक राग सुनाया, सात सुरों का मेला, ये मेला गीतों की माला, हम अपने भगवान को भी कहते हैं बांसुरी वाला, बांसुरी वाला, बांसुरी वाला, ये मेरा इंडिया, आई लव माई इंडिया, वतन मेरा इंडिया, सजन मेरा इंडिया, ये दुनिया एक दुल्हन, ये दुनिया एक दुल्हन, दुल्हन के माथे की बिंदिया, ये मेरा इंडिया, आई लव माई इंडिया, ये मेरा इंडिया, आई लव माई इंडिया. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Wow.
I'm honored, Mayor. I'm honored. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you so much. That was lovely. So if you'd like to all join us up front here so I can present these to you.
No, but I was saying, but those are the only ones I know the songs to.
Okay, now, following that, this is something. Our next is a verbal update from the city manager regarding the local drought emergency.
Mayor
City manager.
Shilpa Mehta will do it, Assistant Director of Water and Sewer.
All right, thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council Member. This status update on the state of severe drought. Emergency is provided for council review per Government Code Section 8630. California drought is in its third year. The U.S. Drought Monitor report from October 13, 2022 shows that the county, along with 94% of the state, remains in severe drought. 41% of the state is in extreme drought, and nearly 17% of the state is in exceptional drought. For August, Santa Clara County met the 15% water reduction compared to August 2020. Santa Clara's conservation efforts saw a cumulative water savings from 2021 through August 2022 of 4.9% compared to 2019 and 6.9% compared to 2020. I am pleased to state that for the month of August showed 17.3% savings this year compared to August 2019, maintaining an improvement over previous month-to-month comparisons for the city. As you know,
There you go.
As you know, that Santa Clara completed the Fourth Amendment to its cost-sharing agreement with Valley Water, which went into effect September of this year. And accordingly, the city now provides additional $1 per square feet to the residential landscape conversion rebate, which total contribution from the city is $2 per square feet for the total rebate of up to $5,000 per site. Sorry. Can I go to the, okay. Yes. You can see that the participant in the landscape conversion rebate has more than tripled from last year, totaling 55 complete projects with more than a dozen ready to go so far starting fiscal year 2023. I would like to also mention that the Water and Sewer Department, in partnership with Public Works and Valley Water, has performed the landscape conversion at City Hall, Warburton entrance that you can see it in this slide. And we have more of those locations throughout the City Hall to go for the landscape conversion. The city continues the public outreach regarding conservation and sustainable action through city website updates, Gov delivery, e-news and social media messaging, bill inserts, classes and events, home water reporting messaging, banners displayed in parks, billboards, lawn signs, and distribution of water-saving devices. We participated in the two local events, Art and Wine Festival and Parade of Champions. And those both were well represented by the Water and Sewer Department. As a reminder, we continue our partnership agreement with BASCA to provide educational classes to residents. Some of the classes that are offered this month and the next months are succulents, drought-tolerant habitat gardens, lawn conversion 101. We are encouraging our residents and businesses to visit our water conservation webpage at www.santaclaraca.gov, Save Our Water for rebates, effective strategies for indoor and outdoor conservation measures. This concludes my update, Mayor. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer.
Thank you. I think we have a question from the City Council. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I had the opportunity and the fun to help out at the booth at the Parade of Champions, and I will say those books at the bottom, they're showing, they were amazingly beautiful possibilities, and I love the idea, if you're tired of brown, let's put some color in it. But there are many, many succulents. There are many, many options. We have a long list, but I think the pictures were much better and helped residents, and we were able to talk to a bunch of them. So thank you so much, and we're going to keep at this.
Thank you. Do we have any comments from the audience? The public? I don't see any. Thank you very much, Elpa. Appreciate it. Okay, our next item is the consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion unless one is pulled. I do want to say for the record that I will be abstaining on item 3J. That's action on amendment number 3 with Wallace, Roberts, and Todd for the City Hall relocation study and the related budget amendment, since they're talking about relocating City Hall to the downtown of where my office is located. So for the record, I'll be abstaining on that one. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to pull item 4B like boy, please.
4B?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there any other council members? Any member of the public wanting to pull an item for discussion?
Motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar?
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar, and the second was Councilmember Park. When you're ready, Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember, Board Member Watanabe? Yes. Councilmember, Board Member Shahal?
Yes.
Councilmember, Board Member Hardy?
Yes.
Councilmember, Board Member Park?
Yes.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Jane?
Yes.
Councilmember, Board Member Becker?
Yes.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore?
Yes, noting my abstention.
Duly noted.
And that passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, our next item is public presentations. Is there any member of the public that would like to make a presentation on an item that's not on the agenda? Please. Yes, here's your 3 minutes. Welcome, Howard.
Thank you. I was hoping to see the chief and just keep asking him about restricting the illegal vendors down at the stadium when I do my business. Again, the last Monday Night Football, I believe it was, I barely made enough money because I watched 5 illegal vendors go right past me, right up to where the stadium was. And I know there's officers up there for public safety. Now, I once asked if I could set up in front of the stadium, and I was told, oh, that's public safety, we can't have that. But here, a person who pays his dues for have a city business license, which is a tax, and then a police permit, which during COVID, it went up 100% on me. So the last 2 years, I paid twice as much I ever paid before. But yet, I have people who don't do that go right on past, go make the big money and put me out. So that's one thing I hope the chief can hear it and say, hey, we got to put a stop to it. Chief Sellers was cool to me. He was great. He at least kept the illegal vendors away from my side of the stadium, let them go over, poison the people, let them drop dead and sue the city for not enforcing rules and regulations. I don't care. My side, I carry $3 million policy to cover each and every one of you. I'm good with it. But I do have something to say. You know, because all the stuff has been going on, I was done wrong and put me in the hot dog business because of backroom deals. A group of people one time went in the back room, made some deals, and it affected me. And now it seems like there's a group of people doing it again. But it's the liberties of people never were nor ever will be secure when the transactions of their rulers may be concealed from them. That you guys went in the back room, made some deals, and the people you serve did not get to find out. And now I guess under a grand jury investigation, people are going to start finding out. Last meeting I seen, the mayor said something about maybe we ought to let the district attorney look into it. And I believe Kathy Watanabe seconded that, and 5 other said no. They don't want nobody to look into what goes on behind closed doors. Your people are going to suffer from your hiding. Good luck. They know you as a San Francisco 49er 5. Good luck with that title. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Howard.
Thank you.
City manager, he's complained about the illegal vendors before, so I don't know if it's code enforcement or just put that on your list around the stadium. All right, do we have any other public presentations? Betsy, go ahead, Betsy.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Betsy Magus, speaking for myself. I've been receiving election mailers, and until I set my VPN to claim I'm somewhere else, I've been seeing the many online ads the 49ers are pouring money into this season. Personally, I wish that when they had upwards of $1 million to influence our city, they'd do something constructive, like sponsoring summer reading at the library, or getting the Magical Bridge playground off the ground, or even cleaning up more litter after their own events. Yet aside from sending their mascot to an occasional event, they're not doing much to make Santa Clara better or make themselves a welcome part of the community. I suppose this is what we should expect of a group that makes a spectacle and a lucrative business out of slamming into other people and knocking them down. If they're listening and would like to try honey instead of vinegar one of these days, get in touch. I have suggestions. Instead, they're bombarding the city with these often vicious ads. I wonder how many people are changing their minds, not because they believe the ads, but because they are fed up with the 49ers and their meddling. I wonder if the 49ers' full force support of a given candidate, when the candidate never wanted it or asked for it, actually harms that candidate. So are the 49ers putting $1 million into messing with the candidates they like? How can they not know they're casting doubt on the candidates they support this way? My guess, and it is a guess, is that they are aiming for the candidate they want, and also for a council that doubts itself and that the public doubts. My guess is they're trying to make an ineffective council that spends time arguing with each other, where scrutiny looks like or becomes petty bickering, and the public gets angry, gets confused, or gets frustrated and tunes out. Distrust and division, as we've all seen at the national level during the past several years, is itself a political strategy and a tricky thing to overcome. Besides speaking here, I have interacted with each of you personally outside of council meetings. You've taken the time to meet with community groups I participate in, and we've had informal conversation at events and even chance meetings around town. Even when I differ with your positions, you've always listened with respect and tried to understand my concerns. You come from different backgrounds outside politics, and you've committed yourselves to council positions that are effectively full-time, but aren't paid like full-time, because you care about this community and about making Santa Clara a better place. That's what we all want. Thank you.
Thank you, Betsy. Do we have any other comments? Please come forward. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Wesley Mukoyama, and I have been a resident of Santa Clara County at the same address for 48 years. I was one of the plaintiffs since 2011, asking the City Council to recognize the California Voting Rights Act challenging at-large voting, where there had been no person of color from 1951 to 2018 on the City Council. This coming election is not about the 49ers spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on commercials on Anthony Becker, Raj Chahal, and Karen Hardy. It is about a $27 million deficit, which the mayor and the former cohorts led the city into. May I remind you that not one red cent from the 49ers went directly to the personal campaigns of Becker, Chahal, and Hardy. They were independent expenditures. The grand jury did not, in their inquiry, did not interview any of the candidates, nor did they interview the 49ers. In fact, these three candidates opposed the 49ers coming to the city while the mayor endorsed their entry. But because an adversarial relationship between the 49ers and the former city council members resulting in suits and a stalemate in negotiations ensued, a hostility grew. The negotiation between the present city council saved millions of dollars. Rather, let us focus on the mayor's resistance to district voting through former city council Brian Doyle trying to appeal the judgment of Superior Court Judge Thomas Coonley's ruling of 6 districts in 2018. This led to $6 million and more from campaigning for Measure A with 3 districts and Measure C in 2020 for 2 districts. This led to $6 million and more. Again, am I saying it? Both measures failed needlessly if Doyle's appeal was dropped and the council complied with the ruling. In fact, it was reported that an offer letter by the lawyers on the other side was sent to the city attorney, which was not revealed to the city council, and resulted in almost $1 million in debt when it went to the Court of Appeals, which resoundingly voted against appeals. Santa Clara has changed. It is estimated that people of color outnumber our Caucasian residents, and we should be counted. Going backwards and not recognizing this defeats the potential of diversity.
Thank you, Wesley. Thank
in
you
this
very
great
much.
city,
Thank you
once
very
a
much.
great city. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Okay. Do you have any e-comments, City Clerk? All right. So, pardon me?
Not on this item.
All right. So now we're going to go to consent items pulled for discussion. And the one consent item we had was Councilmember Watanabe 4B, as in boy, and that is adopt the Stadium Authority's resolution amending the Conflict of Interest Code for designated positions as required by the Political Reform Act and regulations of the Fair Political Practices Commission. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I pulled this item in response to an email that we all received this afternoon from resident Kirk Vartan with some questions and concerns about the procurement, the Director of Procurement, and the policies, and whether or not the requirements were being followed. And so I spoke to the city clerk, and I understand the city manager is going to take on the questions to respond to, so that Mr. Vartan has answers to the questions, and also for the community also to understand as well what exactly happened here.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mayor. Yes, we also saw Mr. Vartan's email. First of all, I want to say that he totally misunderstood what this item was. I wish he had read the staff report. I should not respond to the emails directly. However, I found that a little bit slanted towards me, just the way it was written. That was my read, that I shouldn't have done certain things, like I snuck something in. I put it on consent as opposed to an open discussion. That was never the item. I just want to share with all of you. You know me. I want to share with the public also. I have the best interest of the city in mind. That's why I'm here. So what this item does, just to answer Mr. Vartan's questions, this just adds a position to the list of employees, whether it's city employees or stadium employees, who must file a Form 700 to FPPC. So this position was not included previously because this was created after the previous update. That's the reason we are adding it, and it's good for the city that employees, even on the stadium side, who are making economic decisions or financial decisions and making recommendations, that they are included. And so they're also responsible for conflict of interest if they own any stock or anything in the companies that they're recommending. So this is good for the city that we were able to add this. I just wanted to clarify that. I apologize if I went to the email a little bit, but I took some things personally, but I won't go into the detail.
Don't take things personally.
No, and
My advice.
I understand.
And I thank you for responding. I mean, there were questions in the past, like with previous city manager Deanna Santana, and it took some time to get it all resolved so that everybody who needed to file 700s were doing so and being open and transparent about their positions. And so it took a while, and it may just not have filtered out, but thank you very much for clarifying.
Thank you for saying that.
I have, is that a motion to approve the? But I have a question as well, probably for the city attorney. The 49er lobbyists that negotiated our settlement agreement, did they fill out Form 700s? Do they have Form 700s? That's what I wanted to know. Because I can't tell by that report.
Yeah, we'll have to check, Mayor.
Could you get back to me on that,
I'd be happy
please?
to.
Thank you.
I think that I believe there was authority to negotiate that was provided in writing as to who had authority to negotiate. But
Well,
your big
I
picture
would just
question
assume
is,
they fill out Form 700.
right, your big picture question is that should they fill out a Form 700, and I will get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
So, Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes, motion to approve item 4B, please. Madam Mayor?
Motion in a second?
We
Yes.
have a couple of comments on this.
Okay, yes, go please.
First question is, Mr. Vartan did submit a comment he asked to be read. Would you like that read into the record? I know you've discussed it a bit. Did you still want that read?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I'll have my staff time me for 2 minutes, please.
You have two comments?
And I have two e-comments following. Dear Mayor and Council, I find it kind of insulting that city staff would put this item on the consent calendar, meaning no discussion of any kind is needed or warranted. Just look at the title of the item, Adopt the Stadium Authority's Resolution amending the Conflict of Interest Code for designated positions as required by the Political Reform Act and regulations of the Fair Political Practices Commission. The city staff, under the direction of the Executive Director for the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, felt it was appropriate to place a consent item, no public discussion, on something that is literally entitled Amending the Conflict of Interest Code. With the grand jury report literally being heard in public at council today, that states this council is potentially violating laws and corrupt, has an ethics problem, and has many conflicts of interest. I'm utterly confused why something that is required by the FPPC that is doing an investigation on two sitting council members would try to be buried by the making it part of a consent calendar. The consent calendar is for items that are considered routine. Could the Executive Director, Acting City Manager, please tell the public why he thinks this item should be considered routine? And if you look at what was updated, it really brings those into focus. 49ers Stadium Management Company, LLC, Director of Procurement. Does anyone on the council find it concerning that the Director of Procurement was not required to recuse himself or file any paperwork prior to this being added today? It is absurd that the financial actor for the 49ers has not been required to be transparent on purchases made on the stadium by the 49ers for the past 6 years. I would ask this council please discuss the item and ask the Executive Director to explain why he put this on consent calendar versus a discussion item, why this position, 49ers Stadium Management Company, LLC, Director of Procurement, needed to be part of this document, what possible conflicts existed over the past 6 years when this was not required, why the Executive Director feels this is good policy to do at this point, separate from the FPPC requirement, End of comment. And the next two public comments, the first one is from Harold Lunt. All my neighbors and I have been watching this council majority of the past couple of years with increasing disappointment. I think some of you think you are acting in the interest of the city, but the lack of transparency is unacceptable. The private meetings, voting for the 49ers, and obscene campaign makes you look like 49er pawns. Many Santa Clarans feel this way. The way to dispel our concern is to adopt plans such as the mayor's, which must be bound to as well. End of comment. And the next one is from Monica. Mayor's proposal for Santa Clara anti-corrupt reform plan should include Mayor Lisa Gilmore, but she too is facing scrutiny and ethical questions from her colleagues, residents, and workers after she lobbied Governor Gavin Newsom without knowledge of the council to help a major developer skirt paying higher wages months before the firm began a spending spree to support her re-election. The epitome of unsportsmanlike, not fair to her council colleagues. End of comment. And those are it.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion and a second on this. Is there any member of the public that's here in the audience would like to speak on this? Okay, seeing none, Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
So the maker of the motion was yourself, Mayor, and seconded by?
I didn't, Councilmember Watanabe
yes.
made
Sorry
the
about that.
motion, and who seconded? Park. Councilmember Park.
Thank you. Board Member Watanabe.
Yes.
Board Member Shahal.
Yes.
Board Member Hardy.
Yes.
Board Member Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes.
Vice Chair Jane. Board Member Becker.
Yes.
Chair Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Our next item is public hearing general business, items related to the civil grand jury report, and we have 3 items here. We'll start with you, City Manager. 5A, transmittal report on grand jury reports.
Thank you, Mayor. We can play a
two
tag
reports we
team
have.
with City Attorney on this one, too. This is, the first item is just informational. We received 2 reports from the grand jury, and City has a schedule to respond, so I'll defer to the City Attorney.
Mayor and Council, I transmitted to you 2 county civil grand jury reports, one pertaining to how ballot questions are phrased in the county. We do have to comment on that grand jury report within 90 days of that receipt. The second grand jury report relates to the council's relationship with the 49er affiliated entities. That report's titled Unsportsmanlike Conduct, Santa Clara City Council. That was dated October 10th.
There's a phone number there that has a raised hand. There's no mic, the mic's on. Ending in 830. Sorry, excuse us, City Attorney. No, I thought I heard because my report came up that they were speaking, so that the noise was coming from there. Okay. Okay, you can go ahead, City Attorney, we'll try again.
Sure, thank you. So I was on the second grand jury report. That grand jury report largely focuses on council relationships, council conduct. There are 8 topics. We have to respond, the city has to respond to 7 of them within 90 days. I've identified 3 of them which relate to really administrative or operational questions, and we can talk about that. And there are 4 of them that relate to council conduct, council relationships, communications. Our intention, at least as we want to propose it to you tonight in terms of how to respond within 90 days, is to schedule a series of special council meetings to go over them by groupings. We'll probably deal with, at your discretion, obviously, the council conduct related findings first. I think I said there are 4 of them, or 4 groups of them. And then we'll get to the operational questions at the end. Those are 3, and I can go over them if you'd like. But from those sessions, we anticipate that we would formulate get some feedback in open session from council and staff, and get your sense of how to respond to these findings and recommendations, and then come back with an actual a document for the council to adopt, to review and adopt. The obligations on the city council are very specific. The grand jury has laid out findings of fact or findings and recommendations. And really it looks more like a form that you kind of go through and say, do you accept the findings? If not, why? Do you accept part of the findings? If not, why this part and not the other part? And then same for the recommendations. We're required to comment on the recommendations and whether or not we intend to implement the recommendations or not, in part, in full, and if we don't, why not? If we do, when do we anticipate to implement those recommendations? So it's a very lengthy document. The findings are laid out there, supported by a report and some findings in the report. But all we have to do as the council is to respond to the specific findings, not every single line in the report. And then we'll prepare a draft document based on that, kind of shepherding through each of those groupings, and then have the council approve a formal comment to the findings and recommendations within 90 days. I understand that we've already polled the council for some special council meeting dates, so I imagine that would get resolved in short order. But that would be the process for responding to or commenting to the civil grand jury reports, both reports within 90 days. And I'm happy to answer any questions about the process.
Questions from anyone about the process? Councilmember Hardy.
When you say 90 days, when does that time frame start?
October 10th for the second report and October 7th for the first. So it would be 90 days from the date of publication, receipt.
Thank you.
Sure.
Anyone else? I can't see the.
Oh, yes.
Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, so City Attorney, what role does the public play in this?
Technically, if you're going to have open session meetings, they could participate in open session and provide feedback. I mean, they're reading the same document that you are, but ultimately the council would act. The city would act through the council. So it's like any other. It's any other type of action item. You would hear public comment. Comment yourself, obviously, or address particular issues that may come up, and then at some point act on an actual formal comment through the form that the civil grand jury provided to the city.
Okay, thank you.
Are there others? I can't see. Anyone else? Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So my question is in regards to the recent, the police chief put out a thing about the DA investigating. Does that have any conflict in doing this process if the DA does anything in that process, in that time period?
I'm sorry, council member, can you elaborate?
Yeah, sorry about that. To be a little more clear, so what the police chief did put out was about asking the DA to look into this. Are we allowed to make any, I guess, comments in that amount of time in between the time that they're trying to do an investigation from the DA? I guess he referred it, and if the DA does respond back.
I think what I'm hearing you say is whether or not the council can provide comment to the chief of police's comment?
No. So if we have a discussion basically about this in the future, I don't know what date, but he referred that to the DA to investigate. Are we allowed to speak before any DA decision is made?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
I just want
absolutely.
to make sure. Okay.
And you know, presumably the DA already has this information and could have been advising the grand jury during the process. So it's not like there's there is not like the county council or district attorney's office has not or could not be involved already.
Okay. And then my second question is, there's item 5C, Councilmember Jane's Vice Mayor Jane's written petition, and basically regarding the grand jury report and how to respond to the findings. Would you say that 5C and 5A are basically the same thing? Or are we going to have to do separately?
Well, I would, to the extent that we are on all of these items, Mayor, if
Yes.
okay. So if I do not, I would defer to Vice Mayor Jane to articulate what he thinks his 030 is about, but presumably all of these items, all the 5A, B, and C, would at some point be contemplated in this at least three meeting kind of process. So I would presume to some extent, yes.
Okay. Cool. I just want to make sure, because then we can plan that out timely. Go ahead, Rajiv.
Mayor, if I may add to
Yes,
that.
go ahead.
So 5C, for example, normally if you treat 030s to be brought back at a council meeting, and as the city attorney pointed out, that item, and we'll let Vice Mayor Jan explain what his intent was. And number one, assuming they're all the same, then 5C doesn't really have to be agendized separately, because we are going to have special meetings on that subject anyway. So procedurally, I just wanted to share that.
That's essentially another way of saying what I just said, which is both items, both 030s, would in any event, I imagine, get incorporated into the process to comment on the grand jury reports.
Okay.
Or grand jury report in this instance.
Just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes, my 030 had two parts. One was trying to figure out how to respond, since I saw that we had 90 days to respond, and it seems like we have a plan for that. The second part of my 030 was to have a discussion of the Governance and Ethics Committee work plan and schedule. The last meeting of the Governance and Ethics Committee was June 7th, 2021, so a year and a half ago. And a number of the items that were in the grand jury report were actually under discussion at that time, and there was actually a motion and recommendations to modify some of our policies, but apparently those were not followed up with. So my plea here is that we start having those Governance and Ethics Committee meetings and continue that discussion.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. My concern with that suggestion, bringing it back to the Governance and Ethics Committee, my concern is that the Governance and Ethics Committee is chaired by Vice Mayor Jane, and we also have Councilmember Chahal and Councilmember Park, who are alternates on that particular committee. And based on the fact that three of them have been named in this civil grand jury report, I think raises a conflict of interest. And if we are to move forward and gain back the trust of the residents of this city, based on what was revealed in that report, I really feel that having an open session, an ethics commission, which I believe there was writing about that today, in an effort to bring the public in to work through these issues, in an effort to, again, bring back the trust to the city and work on these as residents who are concerned about the city, who have a voice, and instead, but again, work with the council in putting forth the recommendations or that either have been suggested by the civil grand jury and maybe how to enhance them and come up with, be a part of the report that will eventually respond to the grand jury's request. So that is my suggestion and recommendation in light of 5C that's been submitted.
Thank you. I'm going to go, since Councilmember Jane talked about 5C, I'm going to go back to 5B, which is what I had requested as a 030. And City Attorney, I still don't think it's a 030, but thank you for putting it on the agenda as a 030 for me. So I just want to say that I want to explain what I'm proposing to the council, and I know it'll be for further discussion, but I want to explain what the plan I proposed. Because I do believe that we need to have a plan, and it has to be executed fairly quickly. 90 days is going to come very quickly, especially with 3 holidays in between, Thanksgiving, the Christmas holidays, and then New Year's. So it's something that we have to jump on right away. I said, 1, the city council should accept the grand jury's findings and recommendations at the next possible council meeting, and I know we'll have a special meeting. I think it's next week. One of the days next week. Number 2, the city staff should work on the grand jury recommendations immediately to meet the February deadlines. And I know, City Attorney, you had said part of these are, you grouped them into operational and relationship conduct areas. You've taken the 8 and sort of staff can work on some, but the council has to work on others. Council members should publicly pledge to voluntarily and fully cooperate with all investigations that involve potential violations of the law or potential corruption. And I think that's what's important, that this council cooperate. Number 4, if council members wish to redact or withhold information from investigators, they must publicly report at a council meeting why they're doing so. Number 5, council members should disclose to our city attorneys all communications with the 49ers lobbyists on all matters that could have a financial impact on the city. And here's the most important one, in my opinion, number 6. The city council should create an independent ethics commission that is responsible for ethics training of council members and city staff and has the power to censure and admonish wrongdoing. I'd like to modify that a bit, because I think that at least 4 of the groupings that the city attorney mentioned today are regarding relationships of council members, and the report talks about 5 of the 7 council members up here that are named in the report. And I'm not going to name names, but 5 out of 7. And so I think that similar to what we did on the when we were doing the council districts, and we had that committee, redistricting commission, similar to what we did there, where people applied and they pulled out names out of a hat, the council didn't appoint. We should do that and create an ethics, independent ethics commission that works with us on this grand jury report, because I think it's going to be very difficult for members up here to objectively respond to the grand jury report when they're the subject of the grand jury report. And certainly I do not want to take it to government and ethics, because then that, again, puts it behind closed doors in a sense and not out in the public. But I don't see any way for us to talk about, issues regarding ourselves on this. And so I really think that we need to create this independent ethics commission right away. And we can do it right away if it's not council appointed, like we did with the other, but not pay them. It's a volunteer position. I know that people have already contacted me. I don't know these people that are interested in serving, and have them look at the relationships conduct part of the grand jury commission. Grand jury report. So that's what I think we should do right away. And that's what I'm proposing, to bring this to the next meeting and hopefully discuss it and vote on something like that. All right. Okay, Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes, I think it's well known that the Governance and Ethics Committee meetings are open to the public. They're recorded. You can view all of them. They take public comment. That is an open meeting. If you want to have another process with a commission, I'm fine with that, I guess. Does that mean that there's no point in having the Governance and Ethics Commission anymore?
The Governance and Ethics Committee works on all kinds of things, but when it comes to this grand jury report, and the majority of the members of the Governance and Ethics Committee are involved and subjects of the grand jury report, I think it really shows to our community that, again, you will be investigating yourselves, and it's wrong. The public needs to weigh in on this. The public needs to give us advice as to what is ethical or not. I think it's unethical for us to be making decisions in the Governance and Ethics Committee that has to do with a report which we're the subject to. It's wrong. It's really wrong. But there's certainly plenty of work for the Governance and Ethics Committee on other areas of the city that do not have to do with the grand jury report. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So on December 8th, 2020, I took an oath of office to basically uphold the city, to uphold the Constitution, and to uphold basically fighting for residents of Santa Clara. I really kind of see that as kind of the anti-corruption clause in taking an oath of office to represent the people. At the same time, you know, I'm all about anti-corruption. I'm all about cleaning up messes. But, you know, we talk about things of we're not being detailed of what we say to staff of what we talk about. Actually, if you go to our calendars, we actually list everything we discuss with the 49ers. That's transparently listed, and I think that's one of the things I think the grand jury mistakenly didn't refer to, was those calendars and those discussions, and that they were transparently listed. But coming down to this, you know, I see a lot of things that say is basically there's nothing illegal found in the grand jury report. It says may, could have. Those kind of words just make me pause and make me concerned that this anti-corruption thing is just I guess what you want to say, a political ruse to make people think that there's something being done. Taking an oath of office is actually an ethical pledge that says you're going to uphold your constitutional duties as well as your city charter duties to protect the city of Santa Clara. So, I mean, I have nothing wrong with anti-corruption reform plan, but it's just a lot of the things that were being asked inside of that anti-corruption are basically already there. And I think that we're just repeating things, and we talk about how staff is shorthanded, yet we're going to go add another commission after people told us that we're too shorthanded. So just one major concern I had.
And thank you. That is the reason why we need an independent ethics commission. And we can do it very quickly. Vice Mayor Jane, you're still on? Are you? All right. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. If I understand right, and I'd like to hear from council, this grand jury report is just a draft, and we are drafting our answer to a draft, because all it said was possible. There were no illegal things called out at all, and I hear people making assumptions that the grand jury got it right, which isn't necessarily the case. Am I right?
So,
City Attorney, could you answer that about the draft?
So, Councilmember Hardy, this document is not a draft. It is a final report. They did send us a draft, I think, last Wednesday. But as I've stated in my transmittal to you, that's part of the agenda packet, it's really impractical for a public body with a public agency with a governing body to review a draft and to act through the body on commenting on inaccuracies or whatnot, especially if they're asking us to keep it embargoed until the published date. So this is not a draft. This is the final.
Okay.
And the city must comment on this final report within 90 days. And as I said, there are very specific things they're asking us to comment on. I recognize the report has a lot of information in there, but they're only asking us to comment on the particular findings and the particular recommendations. And the findings and the recommendations, they speak for themselves. You all can read them. I don't think you need me to interpret them, but they are what they are. And at some point through this process, the city is supposed to address each of them. And as I said before, we do have a process laid out. We worked with the city manager, obviously, to make sure we get schedules in order to be able to deliberate about these items in public session and to offer responses accordingly to each finding and each recommendation. So we have kind of a program, at least in kind of contemplated based on your direction. If we can get some direction on that, we'll just formalize it and agendize the next meeting as soon as all of you are available.
So I am correct in saying that this is our first opportunity to answer back to that, correct?
By design, it is.
Yes, that's what I want.
Yes.
Wanted to make clear. Thank you.
So, Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. City Attorney, just based on what you just said, and in preparation for public meetings, would there's been discussion about an ethics commission. Could the ethics commission be that public hearing that then reviews the report and the findings and the recommendations to be able to reply back to the civil grand jury?
So my initial take on that is that the charge is laid at the feet of the council, which is empowered by your charter. So you all have been duly elected to represent the city, and you are empowered to act on behalf of the city. I have some just initial concerns around charter authority, whether you're delegating charter authority to a commission to respond to this, although I don't want to rule it out, but it's something that the council is charged with, so you can make a decision on whether or not to do that. Substantively, a lot of the allegations or findings are about council conduct. Mm-hmm. So I imagine at some point there would have to be some sort of council feedback on that conduct regardless.
Right.
So that's my initial take on whether or not you could delegate the task, your task as a city council to a commission to resolve this or address these findings. It's not. Yeah, it's not. I don't think that the grand jury report contemplated that a commission would address would satisfy the statutory duty to comment. I do know, as I've read, that there is a recommendation to have the commission evaluate the findings separate and apart from the work in the first instance. So that is a recommendation. A recommendation is for the commission to look at them, to study the findings, but that is not, the recommendation is not to actually to comment on the grand jury findings through a commission, if that makes sense. Maybe it didn't make sense. I'm sorry. I probably didn't provide a clear enough answer for you, but the recommendations do contemplate that a commission would study the findings. It does not necessarily say. It does not say that it does not say you. It does not recommend that you delegate this task to comment on the findings.
Right.
Okay, that rests with the city council.
Yes.
Yes.
But the way I'm foreseeing it is that the commission. The commission would work with the council to put a response together. That they would, I guess, I don't want to say delegate because I understand what you're saying, but at the same time that they be that overseer, if I could use that word, and then work with the council with the findings and the recommendations, and again, working through them, again, building up community trust that
has been lost as a result of this report that's been produced.
I think that's
I
a
can say
plausible.
how I envisioned it because I wrote those suggestions. So the way I envision this is not to delegate authority to an ethics commission. We can't do that. As the city attorney said, it's our charter responsibility. But I think it's impossible for this council to police ourselves. And so to show public trust, I think that the independent commission would then be able to make recommendations to the city council. It's up to us to give the final report, but at least have an independent look on what's happening and make recommendations to us, and then it's up to the council to approve the final response to the grand jury. That's how I envision the commission, not to delegate any of our responsibilities because it's our responsibility. But there was even a section in the report that talked about how the council voted against investigating ourselves. So that's a real concern that I have. And I can see, even based on some of the comments here, that we need an outside group that includes our residents that are interested in being involved in, this ethics commission to make recommendations on that, because it's going to be very difficult for this council to police ourselves. That's how I envisioned it, city attorney.
Yeah, I think depending on how you phrase a resolution, it's a plausible idea. It's not necessarily it's possible, but depending on how you phrase the authority.
It's what we did in redistricting too. We had the independent redistricting commission, then made a recommendation that we accepted, and then we moved on. So it's the similar thing. And as I said earlier, we can do it fairly quickly. People that are interested in the community, they submit an application, and then it's picked randomly. So there's no council picking anybody, and we do it that way. I really think that will develop trust in our community that we're really taking this report seriously and looking for some real solutions. All right, Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. Definitely, I don't want to go against the Charter's authority or delegate any of that authority, following the Charter's rules. And also, I think it's not policing ourselves. It's actually going on the record and clarifying things and basically it got to, I was never interviewed. I was never asked to provide any evidence. And it's pretty sad because in this country, you're innocent until proven guilty. And in this report, there is no guilt associated. It's only findings or, as I say, an opinion. So it's not policing ourselves. It's an opportunity for us to respond. And I don't want to give that power to anybody else when we have the right to respond as a body. And I think with such large allegations or opinions like this, I think it's our right to defend ourselves, especially if certain individuals on this council were never interviewed, were never asked any questions, and frankly, it was just a very quick and timed report. And I think that right there is a concern to me, and I think the rest of the community wants to know about that as well, why council members were not interviewed, and why there was not a proper methodology done. And I think we should be able to have that discussion. It's not policing ourselves. It's going and putting ourselves on the record, especially if we never were able to defend ourselves. Because so far what I've noticed is anything that's being said in the media is automatically we're a guilty party. We never even got to defend ourselves. This is a one-way conversation. And I think that's pretty inappropriate that it's a one-way conversation, because in America, you are innocent until proven guilty, and there is no proven guilt in this report. We need to have that discussion, and we need to go over the findings to talk about those. And I think that's not policing ourselves. That's standing up for our constitutional rights.
Councilmember Park.
So first of all, I'd like to get some clarity, which is, are we going to talk about 5A and then 5B and 5C? How are we having this discussion?
Okay, so the grand jury has asked us to respond to 7 groupings. There are 8. They're not asking us to respond to the 8th one. There are 7 groupings. What we are considering bringing before the council first are those items that relate to council conduct, council communications, which are more appropriate for the council to address. So that would be topic or group 1, which is about Brown Act and serial meetings. Okay. Are you asking specifically, Councilmember Park, about 5A,
5A, B, and
I
C,
see,
which
okay.
is how are we going about that as the process? Because we seem to be going back and forth between the different issues.
And Councilmember Park, are we not referring all this to the next meeting, our special meeting as well?
Yeah.
Well, I want to comment on that, but I want to know what the plan is.
Sure. So the way I see finding 5 or topic 5, Councilmember Park, is that would be an operational subject, and that would be grouped with topic 3 or finding 3 and finding 5 or topic 5 and topic 4. I'm sorry, topic 4. So it would be 5, 4, and 3 would be grouped in 1 as operational, and then the rest would be the council-related questions.
Understood. Okay, then I want to talk about these actions. I mean, first of all, I think that taking this report seriously is the first issue that we need to discuss. I know that we were given time to address the draft, but then we were told not to respond to the draft. And now I'm being told that this is the process as intended. And I think that that's actually not entirely true. I think that responding to the draft is also part of the process as intended. And that was not actually afforded to this council. I think that that's the first problem. The mayor's plan in 5B, I'll tell you why I don't like 5B. If you actually read and look at point number one, which she didn't read, actually completely short circuits a thorough city response. It basically says we should just accept the report with no response, and that doesn't make any sense to me at all. This would be better brought up at the Governance and Ethics Committee, and again, I think Vice Mayor Jane brought it up very nicely. But I looked it up, and it says Governance and Ethics Committee was established by the council to consolidate the Governance Committee, Ethics Committee, and the Facilities Naming and Honorary Recognition ad hoc committees, which, you know, I would think that we would have to have lots of meetings for at least for the Honorary Recognition ad hoc committee, because that's what's necessary for facility naming and honorary recognitions, of which we've done quite a few. The committee focused on the refinement of established policies and procedures regarding city operations and general good government practices, as well as further implementation of the city's Code of Ethics and Values program. Meeting information. Governance and Ethics Committee meetings are generally held quarterly on the first Monday of March, June, September, December. Meetings are held at City Council chambers in Santa Clara and are open to the public. Right. And I think that that's exactly what this is for. I think that this would be better brought up in the Governance and Ethics Committee. I'll tell you why I don't like C, because I think that C is kind of jumping the gun. It's saying that we want to have a discussion before we've actually talked about a response. And I don't think that there should be a discussion like this until there is at least some discussion of the response. Perhaps there should be an ad hoc committee, not just an ethics commission, because I feel like we've got the committees necessary and the public meetings necessary to discuss these issues out in the public. Like, I feel that in our zeal to be open and to be kind, we are kind of needlessly putting together commissions and committees that we don't actually need. We actually have processes for. When I hear that it's impossible for bodies to police themselves, I feel that's a little bit more projection than truth, because that actually happens quite a bit. I'd like to point out that, you know, we have people asking, how can this committee police itself when it's been accused based on accusations? And I don't think that's what we should be looking at. We shouldn't be judging the body based on the accusations. That's exactly why we need to have these discussions. I mean, I can point out in June 7th, 2022, and in the 21st of June, 2022, where the mayor herself lied about the DARE program, and this council canceling a program that we have no purview over, was corrected by staff twice, and then immediately lied again about this council canceling the DARE program. I think that when you've got these kinds of actions, I understand completely why you think other people can't do this. I know that, you know, I remember how in 2020, you claimed that you were going to set up a diversity, equity, and inclusion task force, and then you named the members that you were going to.
Excuse me, Councilmember Park. Are you here to just attack me or talk about the grand jury report?
I'm trying to establish why
what you're saying.
I
thought you were going through a litany of my lies.
No, we don't have time for that. And then appointed the same people prior to the 2020 elections. And I think this seems to be a pattern, right? And again, this report, and I want to point this out, is a report in which a majority of the named people were not even talked to. And how does a jury make findings without investigations of both sides? Maybe it's the scientist in me that's asking that question, but it's something that I would like to ask and like to question the report on. I think that this is only fair. We certainly need to respond to this report. Ethics Commission, the charges are laid at the feet of the council. Like, we have been duly elected and empowered, as reminded by the city attorney, to deal with this. And I think that rather than delegating charter authority, we should take the first pass at seeing, what the response to this is, because some of these are really easily responded to, right? And I want to make very clear to the public that, this is a political time. It's always been political. And when you look at the accusations, who's making the accusations, I want to remind people it's really easy to make accusations. That's why they're done. It's really easy to lie, and that's why people do lie. I mean, lying, even if they're easily disprovable, that's a strategy. I mean, the point is nobody actually looks at who was put in jail for a crime. All people are bringing up is the accusations. And I think that we need to look beyond just these accusations. I mean, that we've got reports saying this. We've got people on this council trying to pull a fast one by saying, oh, I want you to accept 5B, which does away with discussions, which does away with a response to this report or these reports. And that's why I don't think we should accept 5B, because it's not in line with the purpose of giving a response from the city. And I don't think we should accept 5C, because I think that that's a little premature to do that. I think that from 5A, transmittal report, we have to respond to it. We should 100% agree to respond to this and come up with some schedule to do that. I don't think that we should accept 5B, and I don't think that we should currently consider 5C. We should definitely put in at least a governance and ethics committee meeting. We should schedule that to discuss this. Public wants to show up. Public should show up. I'm telling public, you should show up. And then after that, we should see what we need to do. But to try to second guess in advance all the steps that we want to do, I don't think that's necessary. So if I can make a motion, I will say 5A, I would like to accept 5A and come up with a schedule for coming up with a response to the report. And I'd like to say no to 5B and no to 5C right now.
Councilmember Park, I hear what you say about my number one on 5B, and I will voluntarily remove that, the number one thing that said that the council to accept the grand jury report, because I think I didn't write it with that in mind, but I hear what you're saying, so I will voluntarily remove number one from 5B.
Okay, but I'm saying even the other things, the city staff should work on.
Well, you just said the first thing, so.
No, the first thing is one of the big things. Just because I have a problem with one doesn't mean I don't have problems with the other. I think that at some point you're trying to, bully us into accepting what you want to push. And I'm telling you, if I don't want to do that, then you should, also consider or accept that's not what I'd like to do. That's not what I'm asking.
All right, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Councilor Park is very right. We need to discuss this report. Definitely, we need to discuss this report. Accusations. Politics is full of politics, and even in third world countries where there are dictators, a conviction is done after the person is given a hearing. And here we are in the United States of America, in a system where the judicial system is considered to be super great. And this is not the first time the grand jury has misutilized the system, a basically judicial system. And this will not be the last, probably, unless we fix this whole system. Grand juries should have invited everyone who they are trying to convict. Why they were not invited, basically. Why they were not even called for it. And without even calling, they have been convicted. Have you heard of that type of a justice system in the United States? I have not, and that's the problem with this thing. Like, if we need to discuss this thing, we need to discuss the whole report one by one. There are so many lacunas in this thing, like glaring factual lacunas. And some of these things are coming directly from some places where these things have been posted. Like the comments have been directly cut and paste over here in this report, basically. So I'm all open to discuss these things. And Mayor mentioned, how can we police ourselves, investigate ourselves? How can a grand jury put this thing report without him listening to other people? I have the same counter question. What right do they have to tarnish somebody's image without even asking their response to that? I'm in the United States of America. I came to this country, that this country stands on justice. This country stands with your fundamental rights. And here we are being accused of some things which are very vague, accused of some things which are not even standing any legal. Nowhere in the whole report they said, oh, somebody did a legally wrong system. What is this? Nothing is wrong is done, but still you can accuse them for A, B, C, D, E, whatever you want to do that. So I'm very disappointed with the report at the outset, and I want to discuss it, and I want to discuss it point by point. Like how many Stadium Authority agenda items came into the council since 2021, and how everybody voted. What was the vote? If there are 90 agenda items came, let's see what the vote is there. Let's see how many votes is there. Let's see what vote was 5-2, and what were the reasons for 5-2. They're saying, oh, curfew were imposed after they visited the stadium. Give me break. The curfew was 2017, 2018. The previous council appointed an outside agency, expert agency, and they did a survey from the whole city as well as from the vicinity of the stadium. And they did mention 5 to 7 curfew days relaxations are needed for the stadium to make some money. And majority of the residents on that report agreed to that. And now they're trying to blame that, okay, it are only the 5 people who made this decision? Give me a break. So I need to discuss this report. I need to discuss the report with the facts, not with some allegations which was thrown by this political jury, basically. I'm ready to say this is a political jury and full of lies, misrepresentation, and hallmark are the hallmarks of this grand jury report. But I'm still ready to discuss it, and I will be ready to find out what the lacunas are. And if there are some lacunas in the process, in findings, we can make the system, we can make a process better, I'll be all for it. But accusing some people without even hearing them, this is not United States of America. This is not where I came in 1995 to have a better life and to have this type of judicial system. Thank you.
Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. Raj, Councilmember Chahal, that was spot on what you just said. And I reiterate exactly what you said. Because, I mean, it comes down to this, is who gave the power for anybody, including the mayor or anybody, to say, basically, we are going to be muzzled during a lead up to an election. Basically, we have to accept this and move on. That's not how America works. That's not how the justice system works. The fact is, the major fact is that they are all false accusations, and the public needs to know that they are false. That's the key to this whole entire process. The other fact is, on October 7th, days before the 10th of the report being released, there was a grandjuryreport.com that was opened. And that was opened basically by the POA. It was a PAC. And guess what? Today, people got mailers. People got mailers that talked about the grand jury report. That is character assassination. 100% character assassination without any of us being able to defend ourselves. And that's why Councilmember Chahal and Councilmember Park are 100% right. This is not a guilty before you're proven innocent. It is innocent until you are proven guilty. And the fact that we are only given the one opportunity to defend ourselves through the media. And what's sad is that the media calls us and says, is this true? We give so much information to the media and there's only 1 or 2 sentences that are taken. Yet the mayor and other people have gone out there and went on media and described how bad this is, and these council members are unreliable, that we're taking gifts from the 49ers or we're taking gifts from the World Cup. Go check the receipts, because I got receipts. That's why we need to talk about this, because I could pull up my receipts. I could pull up my 13-page report right here that I worked on to discuss this, because honestly, America is a place of freedom. And this is not freedom when you instantly accuse people of doing something wrong and you never even interviewed the person. The fact that the grand jury never even called me to discuss allegations and then release it as an October surprise right as the ballots are arriving in people's mailboxes. That right there, not only have I noticed it, but our residents have noticed that. And our residents are saying, why don't you say something? And I go, I'm trying. But I keep getting flooded out because the people do not want the truth to come out. And, you know, Police Chief Nikolai had made a referral to the district attorney that this should be investigated. Well, then maybe the district attorney should look into this and see that there was a lot of improper methodology done, that council members were not interviewed, that in order to make a decision, you have to do the proper methodology. And it's really deceiving that the chief of police goes and sends a recommendation to the DA to basically incriminate 5 council members weeks after we had a discussion about the police chief appointment, and weeks after the POA made me take a pledge to either uphold the police chief. Now the mailers are coming out and says, I am not supporting a pledge, or basically I don't support voters' rights on a police chief, as well as the grand jury report in that same mailer. That is a political hit, and it seems like this was a political jury. And frankly, in America, we have a right to defend ourselves. And as this body, we will defend ourselves, because we need to clear the record and put the facts straight. Because again, this is not just one person deciding what we can and can't do. And I'm sorry, Mayor, I know you feel that we should just accept this report and move on, and you say that it's disturbing that we protest the facts. It's funny, the shoe was on the other foot a few weeks ago and you did the exact same thing. So we got to move forward, and we got to actually talk about this, because these allegations are, as I said, character assassination. It makes us look like we've done something criminal. When I have to explain this to my constituents, it's really hard to explain that when you have somebody basically making accusations and basically abusing the legal system. So I want to have a robust discussion about this. We need to have a robust discussion about this. Our community needs to come out and hear this, because we need to set the record straight. I am tired of the lies and the misinformation that is being fed to this community just because some people can't get their way. And by the way, it's not the 49ers trying to control the city council. It's Lisa Gilmore.
That was really uncalled for, honestly. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. When you talk about character assassination, gosh, I wish you had the opportunity to defend yourself since the beginning of this year, because it seems like you've been under character assassination since January 2022. Based on everything that I'm hearing, I definitely confirms why we need to have an outside group to be able to oversee the discussions and the review of the findings and the recommendations. So I'm going to go ahead and make a motion and request that an ethics commission be formed to work with the council, work with staff, to go over these findings, to go over these recommendations, and to be able, but ultimately, the city council will have the final authority of the report that is then submitted to the grand jury in response to this civil grand jury report. So that is the motion that I'm making.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Okay. We have a motion
I have a
and
substitute
second.
motion. I'd like to make a substitute motion to take 5A, where we will have the future discussion about that, and not have any discussion about 5B until we have that discussion in the meeting with 5A.
I'll second that.
We vote on accepting the, well, I'm going to go to the public first, and then we'll go on the sub. So the motion is to not include any of my 6-point plan or council member or Vice Mayor Jane's recommendations. Is that correct? I just want to verify.
I think we deserve to have a discussion before we jump to conclusions.
I'm just verifying the motion.
Yes, that's the
All right,
motion.
Thank you. All right, let us go to the public now. Anyone here, please come forward. Good evening.
Good evening. I came here mostly to offer some suggestions from my experience. Everybody that I have served on, there have been grand jury reports. In 2019, when I was the chair of VTA, there was a major report issued by the grand jury that was very critical of VTA governance. And I can tell you that not all the members of the staff, not all the members of the board were interviewed. That's not necessarily part of their process. So because I had already begun a governance review, I kind of requested and got permission from the board to blend together that governance review what I suggested. We had an independent auditor general, which is one of the things I've suggested when I was on the council that Santa Clara should have. So I brought in the independent auditor general. I had a board subcommittee with staff. We had open meetings to the public that went through every item, but because they were in a smaller setting, we were able to go through and then distill a lot of information. Other people came in and testified at those meetings, and then we made a proposal to the board, the full board, and then the board was able to have a discussion. I didn't get everything I wanted. There were things that came out even from the Auditor General that I wasn't particularly really happy about, but that you got to go with what the majority thinks. But in this situation, we don't have an independent Auditor General and some of those other things. So I think the idea of having an independently appointed ethics commission, because part of what some of the other governance reforms that I had suggested was having an ombudsperson and to have a citizens review board that could be another body that could look at when there are serious issues, and that's kind of what this group would take the role of. So what I think could happen is if you had an independent group that would work. Maybe you have 1 or 2 council members, but I think if you had a group that could go through it and work with staff, work with the attorney, maybe call some witnesses, that they could at least give you a preliminary read before the whole council would vote on it then ultimately. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello. I was going to offer my 2 minutes to Teresa because she gives it out a lot better than I can. I just say, I've sat here listening to you guys. Just let the district attorney investigate it and finish it out. Because you guys remind me of an old story about a farmer comes out and catches a fox in his hen house. And his hens are gone. He says, hey, you've been eating my hens. Fox says, no, I haven't, as feathers fly out of their mouths. And that's what I'm getting out of you guys. You didn't eat the hen. The feathers are flying out your mouth, man. Everybody knows. So let the district attorney investigate it. They'll put people under oath. And that way when everybody goes, oh, you're a liar, you're a liar, you're a liar, at least there's something to go back on and prosecute. Or you can just resign now and save the city and the people a bunch of time. We've seen them resign in the past over the same kind of stuff, so you can do it now. save the people trouble. That's enough for me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yeah, go ahead. You can come forward.
I would like to say that there should be an ethics commission for the grand jury and how they came to their findings and decisions. Unbalanced, like many of the articles that were coming from the San Francisco Chronicle and the Mercury News before, the Mercury editorial came up with a very strong statement about how the grand jury did not really look at all of the points that needed to be looked at. And I do think that what the city council members here who stated was showing that this was very unfair. And these two people here, I don't know, they lost, one lost the election, and the other one, I don't know where he comes
Please address the council and
but
not
anyways,
the people in the
all right,
audience,
I'll leave
please.
that out.
Thank
But
you.
I'm just saying, if you appoint an ad hoc committee, there should be balance. Like, who chose the people on the grand jury? Who selected it, and how did that start? Ask the question about the former DA, district attorney here, how he kept information from the city council. Why wasn't he punished for that? All of these things are corruption. And this city council is trying to change that corruption. And I support everything they said. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please come forward. Welcome.
5 points. I'm going to make them very quickly. One, I think that the grand jury was poorly timed in the sense that this was an October surprise being dropped on the voters at the last minute. They should have got it done sooner or not at all. Secondly, I think it was bad timing for Chief of Police Nikolai to make referrals to the DA before you even had a chance to respond to the grand jury's thing. I mean, who's he work for anyway? The people's representatives, or does he just do his own thing? So I don't like that at all. I don't like it being dropped on the voters at the last minute, and I don't like criminal referrals before this city has even had a chance to respond. Now, there's 3 ways in which this report is incomplete. One, the grand jury did not investigate interactions between the council and the developer interest and the public employee interest, just the 49er interest. So it was incomplete in that respect. It was just focused on one interest, whereas we have 2 other powerful interests that affect this city council. So that's why it's incomplete too. Second reason it's incomplete is, as Councilmember Becker was saying, they didn't complete the investigation. They didn't ask people. They didn't give you a right to be heard on their allegations. And then the third way it's incomplete is they don't have any findings of illegality, waste, or abuse. So what are you supposed to act on here? They don't make any findings, they don't ask questions, and they don't investigate other interests that should be interested. So I would encourage this council not to consume too many of its resources in convoluted proceedings dealing with this grand jury report, because if you do that, you're going to encourage more grand jury reports like this, meddling in the election process on the eve of elections when there are other interests that should be investigated too. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 8830. Telephone? All right, you're muted. 8830. There you go.
Hello. Oh, hi. Thank you. This morning I read a really interesting opinion piece online, and it suggested that an independent ethics commission be created within the next 30 days to work with city staff on the official response to the civil grand jury report, which, just to mention, is due in 90 days, less now since it's already been out. The appointments to the ethics commission should be similar to the way that the city council has appointed redistricting and charter review commissioners. And if city staff need assistance helping to put together an ethics commission, I think engaging Santa Clara University's renowned Markula Center for Applied Ethics would be really awesome. An ethics commission is definitely needed. I mean, the civil grand jury report was talking, about how the city council majority has been putting 49ers interests ahead of the city. And, essentially it's effectively breached its duty to the city. And, to make sure that the council is being held, accountable, we need an ethics commission. I personally applaud the grand jurors for their courage. And as, as Police Chief Pat Nicolai pointed out in his recent letter, the people who criticize the 49ers frequently get attacked by the team. I mean, they've targeted the mayor, council members, residents, commissioners, and now grand jury members. And I mean, just listening to this, the city council's also attacked the grand jury. And everyone has a right to disagree with their report 100%. But the personal nature of their criticism mirrors how the 49er organization attacks anyone who questions their actions. Therefore, in my opinion, the city council cannot objectively and adequately oversee the city's response to the civil grand jury and needs an ethics commission. The report focuses on the.
Thank you. A person that doesn't want to give their name online? Please, there you go.
There are a lot of things there's a lot of things in that grand jury report that are obviously underinformed by the grand jury. When they say they're not doing what's in the best interest for the city of Santa Clara, based on what? Have they read the contracts? It doesn't say they have. There's a lot of things in those contracts that your current mayor roped the city and the citizens into. There's a lot of really bad deals that they signed up for that they're stuck with for 40 years, plus 2 10-year renewals. That goes for 60 years. So I think that whole thing is a hit piece that was orchestrated by your current mayor. And I think nothing should be done on it till after the election. Nothing. And the fact that Nicolai is doing something, he's another political hawk or hack, excuse me. And why did he start something before the embargo on the draft was even lifted? Shame, shame, shame. And is the DA also investigating how something was released from a closed door meeting, either by the mayor or by her handmaiden, Kathy? Because that's absolutely illegal. And that's criminally illegal and should be prosecuted. Time for silver handcuffs, ladies. So you got a whole bunch of people doing unethical things. So let's start looking in the mirror. When you point fingers, 4 point back at yourselves. So they haven't been interviewed. And I wonder who Lisa knows on the grand jury. They've already had at least one person remove themselves for conflict of interest. It looks like there's more. Did they even bother reading the contracts that they're required to?
Thank you. Do we have any other members of the public? City Clerk? All right, Vice Mayor Jane.
Yeah, this question is for our city attorney. Let's say we decide to have this independent ethics commission. It takes a while to notice it, to get people to apply, to have them have their meetings. What if we go over the 90 days? Because the clock started really a while ago. We're down. What happens if we don't respond in time? Can we ask for an extension or what?
We could always ask for an extension, but the statute's pretty clear that it's 90 days. Maybe it could be granted. I've not encountered a situation where an agency would have to request an extension, but we could inquire as to that. I don't usually like to mess with statutory deadlines when they're pretty clear. So the answer is yes, we can ask, but I'd rather not.
Okay, well, my worry is that the clock will run out and then by de facto, we'll just have accepted the grand jury report.
I don't know if it would be considered a de facto acceptance. There's nothing in the penal code that that establishes the findings as de facto findings if there's no response. It's actually it's silent on that. So I wouldn't necessarily accept either that it would be considered a de facto acceptance of the findings.
I see. Thank you.
Sure.
Councilmember Becker?
Thank you, Mayor. I think that's my biggest concern is about the 90 days, and I don't want to have to do an extension just because I think we should be doing something on time and within the parameters that we have. The commission, we could talk about that, I think, after we have our report and we have our discussion. And at the same time, I'm not against the mayor's anti-corruption reform plan. I think it should be something that we all discuss and we all put together as a anti-corruption reform plan. I'm sure that there's 7 members on here and we all have, great minds and we're all looking to put something together. So I think we could probably do that following once we have this discussion and we basically give our findings as well.
And if I may, Mayor, clarify the record. Thank you. I mistook Councilmember Park's designations of 5A, B, and C as the grand jury findings 5A, B, and C. He actually meant the agenda items, which is why I was a bit confused. So let me just clarify, and this might provide some sort of parameters for the competing motions you have before you. As I understand Councilmember Watanabe's motion, for it to be, I think, a proper motion, what I understand her requesting is that the item number 6 of the mayor's 030 petition would come back, and at that meeting, you could formulate kind of your plan or outlines for a commission to undertake the task of commenting on the grand jury report. I know Councilmember Becker's referred this to item 5A, but it's not necessarily an action item, but we are asking for direction on how to respond to the grand jury report, and our plan was to schedule these 3 meetings to have the council respond and to put these items before the council. So I just wanted to clarify that there was that I misunderstood Councilmember Park's referencing to the 5A, B, and C. So my explanation as to the groupings stand as I stated them tonight, and they could be done either in our recommendation or our offer to you, which I understand to be Councilmember Becker's motion, and at some point be considered in the next meeting as part of Councilmember Watanabe's motion.
So what I understand Councilmember Becker's motion to be is just to put it on another agenda, just the 5A, but to not include my 6-point plan, or as I removed my number 1, it's now a 5-point plan, or Vice Mayor Jane's request either. So that's what that's why I asked for clarification of the motion.
I would like to clarify at least my understanding of how you're presenting it, Mayor, and say that as this agenda item was presented, or these agenda items were presented, that many of your items, Mayor, could be considered under either a process that we've outlined under council.
This motion?
Correct.
But I asked and he said no, so that's why I wanted
I understand that's his motion, but I'm telling you our recommendation was, or our approach was, and why I understood what I understood your 030 to be, is that those items could all get introduced whenever we take up those findings and recommendations, either through a council deliberation or this commission deliberation. So it's not necessarily either or as I saw it in terms of my recommendation to you. He may have a different understanding.
Let's clarify with the maker of the motion.
I don't want 5B.
He doesn't want my items in there, so. Or 5C?
No 5C, because if we're going to, I think we should have the discussion first before we go and start making any of these other ideas, because I think we should have the right to defend ourselves before we go do that stuff.
So the reason that I think there's a bit of confusion here is that when we agendize these special meetings for the council to review these findings and recommendations, even if this is not part of Councilmember Becker's motion, these could be introduced as motions at these meetings anyway. So yes, technically he could say that that's not part of the agenda, but it doesn't preclude you from making a motion at these meetings.
Okay, so the next
Thank you, Steve.
action
Thank you.
is to consider whether or not to consider a substitute motion. And the substitute motion is for 5A only, not B or C. All right, so we had a motion, and who seconded it?
I did.
Councilmember Hardy seconded it. Okay. Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote.
Correct. This is just for the substitution, but I just want to clarify again, I'm sorry. Taking up item 5A and having no discussion and deny 030s of 5B and C.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mayor. May I just clarify for the record what is being voted on tonight, right now?
Whether or not to consider the substitute motion, not the substitute motion itself.
Still, I want to clarify what the substitute motion is.
Oh.
Okay, so I understand it to be our recommendation to have at least 2 or 3 council meetings, special council meetings, whatever it takes, to review each finding and recommendation in order to comment, to develop a draft comment to bring back to the council at some point, obviously well within the 90 days.
Is that what 5A says?
5A doesn't say anything because it's just a transmittal. So
That's
this is
what
why
the motion
this
is
is
for
why I'm
5A.
confused. So it's our recommendations in response to the transmittal. Okay, so we're telling you that we have a plan to have these items considered, each of them in groupings, as I discussed earlier.
I understand that, but your
Okay.
5A says staff makes no recommendation, and that's the motion is 5A.
Okay, so I had not
I know
contemplated.
what the plan is to have meetings, I get that.
Okay,
but
and that's all we're
I'm
asking.
just going on the motion,
I understand,
on the floor.
and I want to be clear. That's what our
right.
recommendation is to go with our. Is that, well, I don't want to say the transmittal itself has no recommendation. It's just a transmittal.
Yeah, it says staff makes no
Okay,
recommendation, but the motion on the floor is 5A.
Okay, so I want to clarify a little more. Steve, can we have a better motion rather
No,
than me saying
so-
5A?
okay.
So, because basically I want to have this discussion, and as Steve said, the other 2 items can be brought up during that as a motion.
I believe your motion, Councilman Becker, to clarify, is to accept our recommendation or give feedback to us that you want us to pursue special meetings
Yes.
for the council to consider the findings and recommendations of the grand jury.
Yes.
That's what I understand it to be.
Second concurs.
Sorry, Nora. Thank you, Steve.
Sure.
I'm going to read it back to you. So accept staff recommendation for feedback to pursue special meetings for council consideration of grand jury findings and recommendations and deny 030s of 5B and C.
So the action is to whether or not consider that as a substitute motion.
Correct. Okay, just a moment.
To the motion on the floor, which was for a independent ethics commission.
Okay. Councilmember Watanabe.
No.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
No. Passes 5-2. All right, Councilmember Becker?
I have to repeat it again? Okay, so the motion
That
I
was
just
the actual motion.
That was the actual, oh, okay.
Councilmember Watanabe.
No.
Wait, who, did you make a motion?
There was
Yeah, there was.
No, but that was just to whether or not to accept a substitute motion. Now we actually
Correct.
vote on a motion, so we need a motion
Yeah,
and a
so I
second.
made the motion.
I didn't hear the motion and the second. That was,
Yeah, so there was a motion for the substitute.
yeah.
That was done, that was seconded. Then there was because of
Oh,
the
you were
motion.
very silent, both of you. I didn't hear it.
No, so I made my motion. Steve helped me with the motion because we wanted
Right,
to square that
I
away.
got all that,
And
yes.
so that's it right there.
Don't we have to do it again?
If you want Councilman Becker to read it again,
Do it again,
you can ask him to.
yes.
Okay, so accept staff recommendation for feedback to pursue special meetings for council consideration of grand jury findings and recommendations and deny 35B and 35C.
All right, motion and a second.
Written petition 35B and 5C,
And I
sorry.
seconded.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'll support the motion, and the reason I'm supporting this motion is very legitimate. So first of all, we need to find out the legitimacy of this grand jury report, and we are trying to discuss that, basically, and that will lead us to what we need. Whether we want 5B and 5C, that can be bundled into together. But the first point is the deep discussion about the grand jury report. And I'm not eliminating any of 5B, and it will be politics tomorrow. Oh, they eliminated my motion. They eliminated the corruption thing from that. No, that's not the case here. I just want to make sure everything is on the table. If I did something wrong, the district attorney should hang me. No problem at all. But the motion right now is to first find the legitimacy of this grand jury report, which is full of lies, assumptions, and whatever you call it. Not a judicial paper at all, basically. So that's the reason I'm supporting this motion. And when we talk about this motion, everything is on the table. What process we need to follow in the future, what ethics commission we want to form in the future, what needs to be done to not to have something happen in future, whatever it is. So everything on the table, nothing is eliminated. Nothing is eliminated from Mayor Gilmore's request. Nothing is eliminated from Vice Mayor Jain's motion, basically. But we need to first find the legitimacy of this report, and we need to discuss in detail. And that's why I'll be supporting this motion.
Thank you. I just want to make sure the motion says it's deny the 030 of 5B, which is my recommendations in the motion. So I think it's pretty clear.
No, it's not clear.
Excuse me, I'm speaking. Excuse me. I am speaking.
Okay.
You can speak after me.
Okay.
Thank you. I am not going to support this motion because it doesn't include my plan. And I really wanted an independent ethics commission because as you can tell by all the discussion here, by council members calling the grand juries, names and it's all lies. I mean, I look at the report and say, hey, yes, 5 of you meet on a regular basis. They counted up your meetings. I don't hear much about the facts in the report. I just hear, the personal comments about the jury, about me, about Kathy, all these things going on, but nobody's really talking about the facts in the report. That's why I do not believe we can police ourselves. It's been proven that we cannot police ourselves. We vote against our investigations of ourselves. It's going to be the same thing here. If we don't have an independent body looking at us independently and giving objective feedback to both the council and staff, this is not going to be productive. So I truly believe in the plan that I laid out, and I think by saying, no, we're denying it, but go ahead, you can still talk about it later, that's pretty absurd. So I'm going to be voting against this motion. Vice Mayor Jain?
I'm all for a corruption commission, if you want to call it that, but my main concern is responding within the 90 days, and I don't think that we can establish that commission, find an auditor to run that commission as former council member O'Neill had said. So that is why I'm eager to support the motion, and denial of a 030 does not deny the contents of a 030. It just denies agendizing that item. That's all it does.
Councilmember Park?
Yes, I don't think I've ever said that those were lies. I think I've made it very clear that people are misinformed and have made unfounded statements. I think that the motion should be for council. It says accept staff recommendation, like there really wasn't a staff recommendation, but a motion be for council and primarily people named in report to formulate response to the civil grand jury reports, and staff would set up schedules for special meetings. And based on what the attorney said, we don't actually need 5B and 5C at this time. And my objection to 5B and 5C is not even about timeliness of the reports or the response. It's actually about the ordering of the elements. And I think that we really need to think about what needs to go in place before the next thing comes up here. I mean, let's go through the process. I'd rather have a response within the response period. Like, I'd rather not have to ask for an extension from the people being questioned, not from the community at large. I mean, let the people who are accused have their say before we come up with a community response. And again, it's not about, like, I feel that the people who are trying to enact policy are really busy trying to enact policy. And the people who are trying to play politics are really busy making accusations and doing politics. Now, I said this very often, but politics has a bad reputation for a very good reason. And I think that, you know, for the people, if you look at council and you look at where the accusations are coming from, you need to think about what's happening there. When you look at the people who are, you know, not well versed in the politics and constantly getting trapped by the people making accusations, like that tells you something too, right? And it's quite possible that the election would obviate the need for an additional anti-corruption reform plan. My issue with an ethics commission at this time, again, has nothing to do with timeliness. It has a lot to do with the ordering. My desire to drop B and C comes from the fact that these are the exact types of things that should be brought up in deeper discussion, you know, after we formulated a response, not off the cuff in an 030 request by the people directing the accusations. I think that that is absolutely wrong. And if we think it's just about trying to get a timely response, and I think it's a lot more than that. And we need to consider what's right as opposed to, you know, what's right from a process perspective before we start looking into what's right from the grand jury report. Thank you.
Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. That's exactly my point. Like, how can we make judgments and make recommendations without even knowing the problem? The problem, that what is on the table has to be discussed first. And that's exactly what I'm saying. Let's first discuss the report as mentioned by City Attorney. That report may lead you to talk about 5B and 5C, basically, within that platform. And spin has already started that my motion is not being accepted. Oh, they're not accepting this thing. There is no question of, nobody over here said that we are not accepting anything. I'm again saying to residents as well as to this council, everything is on the table. We first need to make sure we correct the grand jury report loopholes, lies. I'm again saying lies. There are lies into this thing. When the vote was 4-2, the vote is mentioned as 5-2 over there. The vote was 4-2. This is a factual lie. How can you have a particular vote mentioned as 5-2 when the vote actually was 4-2? One person was even absent from the meeting on that time. That's a lie. That's a factual incorrection, basically. So I'm saying, let us discuss the report. Let's find out what is good in that, what is bad in that, and then whatever recommendations, whatever anti-corruption or whatever recommendations back to the jury we want to do, we will do it. Not hiding behind anything. We will do that. And coming back to something which mentioned by the police chief sending a DA a letter, when was the last time a police chief has publicly sent a letter to DA with releasing a letter for an investigation to a press first. What is that? That's a pure political move. If police chiefs have sent something to DA, they send it as a confidential matter. Hey, this is what we need. And why this was done. This is purely political. From the start of it, and while it's going on, everything is being considered as a political motive. Why my agenda is not being accepted? Again, a political thing. Why we are spinning this thing? Again, a political thing. So let's first discuss the legitimacy of this report. Let's discuss in details, and then we can come up with any solution, whichever on the table. That's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Becker?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief on this. I know when you were discussing about it's your plan, it's not your plan. It should be Santa Clara's plan. It should be 7 people here, sitting here, coming up with ideas for that policy. People coming up with ideas for what a commission should look like. So it's not your plan. It should be Santa Clara's plan. It should be our plan. At the same time, there was a lot of things that I wanted to add in there too. And it's not an appropriate time to add them. We should have that discussion when we have this discussion. And my big thing was, I think our city council, all 7 of our team members, should have team building exercises, team building trust exercises, getting to know each other, knowing what really bothers us and what is the disconnect. That would be great. And that's something that I would like to see on this discussion, is some of these remedies, what they want us to see, if behavioral, whatever it is, let's work on those. Let's do team building exercises. So it's not your plan, it's not my plan, it's our plan, it's Santa Clara's plan. And I think it's not denying you, we should have that discussion when it's appropriate. That's all it is. I just wanted to clarify that.
City Clerk, you have a comment to read?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we received a e-comment here.
Any comment?
Pull this up. This is from Nancy Biagini. It is clear we are in the political season. It is true that accusations are flying. I see them every day in the mail. Tonight I've heard 3 council members accuse the mayor of lying and or bullying. I strongly support an independent commission, names drawn from a hat of those that applied. The alternative, having a committee stacked with those named on the grand jury report, is keeping the politics in. An independent commission takes the politics out. I also believe there are a few on the dais that understand the process of a grand jury. They are an investigative branch, not a trial. Perhaps that is also something that independent commission can explain. Until then, there are all sorts of misunderstandings happening. Having the DA investigate will end up with an opportunity for named folks to tell their side of the story. Bottom line, the way to keep politics out is for an independent ethics commission. Thanks. End of comment.
Is that it?
That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Park?
I'd like to ask the question.
What was that?
I'd like to ask the question.
Ask the question?
I'd like to call for the question.
Oh. Is there anyone else? Okay. City Clerk?
Okay. Councilmember Watanabe?
No.
Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Councilmember Park?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane?
Yes.
Councilmember Becker?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
No. Passes 5-2. All right. Next item is report of members and special committees. I want to say that Comic-Con is coming to our library, Central Park Library, on Saturday. Very excited about that. I know they expect thousands to be there, some dressed up. I think some of our staff is going to be there dressed up, and it's so much fun. And I believe it starts at 10. I think it's 10 o'clock, 10 to 5, I think, on Saturday. I'm looking at everyone. I think it's 10 o'clock. So hopefully we'll see you all there. All right. Who do I have? Sorry, I knocked myself out. Any council members want to say anything? Councilmember Park.
Thank you. I also look forward to the Comic-Con. I also look forward to seeing staff there. I know that we have some staff on the 501st Legion, and I expect to see you there in full regalia. I also want to note that we do have a showing at the Triton Museum on Thursday from 6 to 8 p.m. It's a 2009 movie called Ferlinghetti, Rebirth of Wonder. And I'm going to try to make it there. I'd like to see this. I don't know if people realize that we also have a Lawrence Ferlinghetti exhibit inside of the Triton Museum, and it's free. I want to tell everyone that if you haven't been there, just take a look. And if you can make some of these events, you should really go, because the Triton is this jewel in the middle of our community that everyone knows about, but nobody's gone to. I mean, if it were much taller, I would call it the Statue of Liberty of Santa Clara. But right now I'm just going to say it's the Triton Museum of Santa Clara, and everyone should visit it. Thank you.
I also failed to mention that we had a really successful family day at the fire department, the firehouse. It was amazing. I saw so many families and children, and just people had such a wonderful time with all the exhibitions and everything. So I want to thank our fire department for sponsoring that. It really was an event for the community, and there was hundreds of people there. It was really fantastic. They did a fabulous job. All right, City Manager, Executive Director report.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. It's a great pleasure for me to share with everyone that we are the recipients of the 2022 MESAC Award for Excellence in Information Technology. MESAC stands for Municipal Information Systems Association of California. It's a statewide organization with 1,600 IT professionals from over 300 cities in the state. The Excellence Award was established in 2000 to recognize exemplary information technology practices. It signifies that the city has met or exceeded their standards in the technology-focused areas of budget, strategic planning, et cetera. As we know, nothing happens without IT in any department or any business we do. So I wanted to congratulate the entire IT team. The director, Mr.
Director Garg
is here. And as we also know that by now we recognize them as digital first responders as well, in addition to police and fire. And this award is an acknowledgement of the city's efforts to improving the quality of life and city services through technology and innovations. And by the way, this is the 16th time that the city has received this award. I don't know how he manages it, but he somehow twists somebody's arm to get 16 awards. So congratulations to IT team.
Congratulations. That's really wonderful. Thank you.
Congrats, Director
All right.
Garg and team.
Wonderful. May I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Becker, second by Councilmember Hardy.
Councilmember Board Member Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Becker.
Yes.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously, and this meeting is adjourned. Have a good night, everyone.